Out in front, coming down the course now, it looks like we have Jess Smith from Roseville in lane 4, followed by Rachel Lai in lane 5 from PLC Sydney. And kicking off the Sydney Girls Regatta for 2025 with an excellent start, Jess Smith from Roseville. And a strong finish from PLC Sydney there. That's in the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500. Coming down now, lining up at the 2,000 metre mark, we have the Schoolgirl 4, which is our second race for the day. This is quite a full race. So in lane 2, that's the far side from the grandstand, we have Queenwood. In lane 3, Loretta Kirribilli. In lane 4, Roseville 1. In lane 5, another Queenwood crew. In lane 6, we have Loretta Normanhurst. In lane 7, we have the Roseville 2 crew. And in lane 8, which is closest to the grandstand, we have another Queenwood crew. And the Schoolgirl 4 is well underway with a strong start from all crews involved. I'll take you to the presentation of the Schoolgirl Paris Single Scull Recreational 500. That was the first race of the day. Alrighty, taking you now to the presentation of Race 1 Schoolgirl Paris Single Scull Recreational 500. In third place from PLC Sydney, we have Michelle Lai. In second place, also representing PLC Sydney, Rachel Lai. And in first place, representing Roseville with a time of 2 minutes and 29 seconds, Jess Smith. Congratulations to all the rowers. Taking you now to the Schoolgirl 4 coming down the course. Currently in the lead, we have the Queenwood crew in lane 8, so that's closest to the grandstand. They're leading with about a 3-4 second lead from the Loretto Normanhurst crew, followed by Roseville over in lane 4, and the remaining 2 Queenwood crews. And it's looking like Loretto Normanhurst has taken over the lead for this race. So that is the crew in B6. And they've actually taken quite a big lead in this race. They've got a 6-second margin over the Queenwood crew, who was previously leading the first half of this race. So Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6, out in front, followed by Queenwood in lane 8. They're then followed by Roseville with about a 9-second margin, and the other two Queenwood crews. So quite a strong race and a strong overtake from the Loretto Kirribilli crew. Apologies, Loretto Normanhurst. Some really fantastic rowing from all crews as we come into the last 250 and 100 metres of the race. Really strong rowing from Loretto Normanhurst crew. It takes a lot to be able to overtake a crew like that, and with such a huge margin halfway through the race. They're going to be likely followed by the Queenwood crew in lane 8, but it's still quite close between the crews, and they're all giving it their absolute best rowing. And Loretto Normanhurst crosses the line with a time of 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Some really fantastic rowing from the crew there to start off the day. They're then followed by the Queenwood crew in lane 8 with about an 11-second margin. And third place will be taken by the Roseville crew in lane 4, followed by the two other Queenwood crews. Sixth place will go to the Roseville crew in lane 7, and they'll be followed by Loretto Kirribilli over in lane 3. Lining up now, we have race 3, which is a Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. This is at the 1,000 metre mark of the race, of the course, so the halfway point. Over on the far side in lane 1, we have Sydney Girls. That is Eva Drew Tam and Scarlett Chow. In lane 3, we have Tara School, represented by Francesca Bazina and Zara Rikramanji. In lane 4, also from Tara, we have Amalia Hussein and Lauren Genk. In lane 5, representing Loretta Kirribilli, Annabelle Fisk and Madison Lee. In lane 6, also representing Tara, we have Sophia Jabor and Annalise Manassa. In lane 7, representing Roseville, Evie Craig and Sophie Thomas. In lane 8, representing Sydney Girls, Emily Jones and Christina Moe. And in lane 9, representing Loretta Kirribilli, we have Phoebe Holt and Charlotte Warhurst. I'll take you now to the presentation of the Schoolgirl 4, that's race 2. Congratulations to Loretto Normanhurst, that is Patricia Boland, Matilda Cronin, Poppy Russell, Juliet Mason, coxed by Harriet Lamp, and coached by Hannah Coap. And they took that race with a win with a time of 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Well done to all the rowers. We're now underway with race 3, the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. Strong start from all the rowers. Looks like we may have had some veering off the course, which is quite a challenge in these double scull boats. You've got two people trying to navigate the course, and for these rowers, sort of the beginning of their rowing career. So we have had a little collision there, but we've got the boat race officials who will get everyone back on course and into their lanes. Alrighty, and as race 3 comes down, we're passing the 500 metre mark. Out in front, we have the Sydney Girls crew on the far side in lane 1. That's Eva Drew Tam and Scarlett Chow. They're followed by the crew in lane 6 from Tara, who are closely followed by their peers, also from Tara, in lane 4. I have to say it's quite a strong lead for this crew in lane 1 from Sydney Girls. Second place for this race looks like it'll be quite contentious though at this stage. Just 3 seconds and less margins between a lot of the crews involved. It's a bit hard to tell how this race is progressing with a lot of the crews sort of reshuffled their positions. It's quite a challenge to manage to steer in these headwinds and relying on the bow of the boat to really steer, keep the course. We've got the boat race officials oh dear, unfortunately some of the off the course. The boat race officials are there just to make sure all crews can safely make their way back into the race. And as we're coming into the last sort of few strokes of this race, it looks like the crew in lane 6 have actually taken out the lead. That is the Tara school rowers, Sophia Jabor and Annalise Manassa. They're closely followed by Sydney Girls in lane 1. Quite a strong overtake considering the margin that Sydney Girls crew had at the halfway point. So some really strong rowing from the crews there. In third place, looks like we have the Sydney Girls crew from in lane 8. They're followed by Roseville from lane 7 and Loretta Kirribilli who are in lane 9. Really great racing from all the rowers involved. It takes a lot of sort of resilience and problem solving in the moment to be able to steer back onto course, manage obstacles that might be unexpected. So well done to all these rowers who are at the beginning of their rowing careers.
Coming down now, we have the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. In lane 1, Sydney Girls. In lane 2, Tara School. In lane 4, also Tara. In lane 5, we have Sydney Girls. In lane 6, Loretta Kirribilli. In lane 7, from Tara. And in lane 8, closer to the grandstand, we have the other Loretta Kirribilli crew. I'll take you to the presentations of the Race 3 Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 1. The winners of this race, representing Tara School with a time of 5 minutes and 15 seconds, we have Sophia Jabor and Annalise Manassa, coached by Sophia Cano. Coming down the course now, we're coming up to the 250 metre mark. At the halfway point, we had Sydney Girls out in front. That is the Sydney Girls crew in lane 5. Absolutely neck and neck though with the Tara School rowers in lane 7. We're coming up to the 250 metre mark now, so I might have a little bit more information about who's out in front, but looking like quite a strong race between Sydney Girls and Tara at the moment. And I can confirm it looks from here that out in front we've got the Sydney Girls crew in lane 5. That's Olivia Cheng and Catherine Nee. And they're doing an absolutely great job of sort of sticking the course, and some really strong synchronized rowing from the two of them there. Strong finish from the crew in Sydney Girls in lane 5. They're going to be followed by the Tara School rowers. Started off in lane 7. You'll see they're a little bit further out on the course. And it looks like third will go to the Sydney Girls crew, who are originally in lane 1. There you'll see them a little bit closer to the grandstand now. And a really fantastic time from those Sydney Girls rowers in lane 5. Time of 4 minutes and 55 seconds. It's about 20 seconds faster than the previous race. So also a Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So well done to those rowers. It really makes a difference when you're able to stick the course, shorten the path that you're rowing down. It's absolutely a huge difference. And it looks like we've got quite a close call between the rowers from lane 2 and lane 8. And the rowers have done a good job of avoiding a collision there, so well done to them. as the winners of that race make their way to the pontoon for their medal collection. I'll take you to the course. We've race 5 coming down now, which is a Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull this time. Passing the halfway mark, we have Sydney girls Nora Kim out in front with about a 6-second lead over her peer, also from Sydney girls, Caitlin Grogan. Followed then by Loretto Normanhurst, Sienna Weston. So that's at the halfway mark. We're coming up now shortly to the 250 metres to go. And a lot can change in that time. So we'll see how these rowers progress through the duration of this race. Coming up to the sort of last 100-metre sprint of this race, it's looking like we've still got Nora Kim from Sydney Girls out in front, followed by her peer, Caitlin Grogan, also from Sydney Girls. Nora's going to take the win for that race with a time of 5 minutes and 41 seconds. She's then followed by the Sydney Girls rower in lane 5, Caitlin Grogan, with about a 2-second margin. Third place will go to the rower in lane 4, that's Sienna Weston from Loretto Normanhurst. Taking you now to race 6, which is a Schoolgirl Year 10-8. Now we're back at the 2,000 metre mark, so full length of the course this time. In lane 2 on the far side, we have Queenwood. In lane 3, we have the Loretta Kirribilli crew that's coxed by Arabella Johnston. In lane 5, we have PLC Sydney. In lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. And in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, we have Loretta Kirribilli crew coxed by Sabella Bates. I have to say the Year 10-8 is quite an exciting race. These rowers are quite experienced, making their way into the senior years of their high school rowing careers. And the 8 is always an exciting race to watch, no matter the age or division. Watching 8 rowers have to sort of work in synchrony with each other, and it can be quite a powerful race as well. The boats move with a lot of power and speed, so always a good one to watch. And we're underway with the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. This early on, it's a bit hard to tell who's out in front from this view, but it's looking like a really strong start from the Regatta Kirribilli crew, who were in lane 7. We're passing the first 500 metre mark of race 6, the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, and out in front we actually have PLC Sydney in lane 5. They're followed closely by the Loretta Normanhurst crew in lane 6, who are very closely followed by the two Regatta Kirribilli crews. So quite a tight race at the moment. A lot can change with 1,500 metres to go, so it's definitely one to keep watch of. But PLC Sydney out in front at the moment with a great strong start. I'll take you now to, I believe it is the presentation of race 5, the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. The winner of this race, with a time of 5 minutes and 41 seconds, representing Sydney girls, Nora Kim. We're now passing the 1,000 metre mark. That's the halfway point of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. Out in front, still PLC Sydney. They've actually increased their margin, so 7 seconds over the Regatta Kirribilli crew in lane 3. So some really strong rowing from PLC Sydney, who've increased their lead in this race. It's looking like the Loretta Normanhurst crew in lane 6 are out in 3rd at the moment, and they're closely followed by Queenwood in lane 2. Coming up to the 1500 metre mark now, PLC Sydney still out in front with some really fantastic rowing, I have to say. To coordinate 8 rowers like that, row quite in sync and powerfully, is a huge testament to all the rowers involved. And still at a relatively early point in their careers, in their rowing careers. So often there's a lot of shuffling of rowers around at sort of these senior stages. So many of them may have not rowed particularly all that much together. So a huge testament to them. PLC Sydney out in front. They're followed by Regatta Kirribilli in lane 3 and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6. So not much has changed in terms of the standings of this race, but it'll be quite interesting to see if anything changes in this next 500 metres. And we're into the last 100 metres of the race. PLC out in front. Really fantastic rowing. They look like they're followed by Regatta Kirribilli, who are giving it their absolute all to really lessen that margin. But PLC Sydney looks like they're taking the cake on this one. Some really strong rowing from all the rowers involved. And PLC Sydney will finish with a time in first place with a time of 7 minutes and 53 seconds. They're then followed by the Regatta Kirribilli crew in lane 3 with a margin of 9.64 seconds. And Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6 will take out third place. I have to say that was quite an exciting race and some really great rowing from all crews involved in that race. Lining up now, we have race 7, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. On the far side in lane 1, we have Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 3, Queenwood. Lane 4, Sydney Girls. Lane 5, Roseville. Lane 6, PLC. Lane 7, Pimble Ladies. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, we have Tara. And they're off. I have to say the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull brings me back to some of my favourite memories from my rowing career. It's quite a pivotal moment for a lot of these rowers. It's sort of the halfway point for the ones that have started their rowing careers at the beginning of high school. And a lot of these rowers will go on to row together through to the senior years. So quite an exciting time when they sort of find their footing as an ex-coxswain, I have to say these Cox Quad Sculls were probably some of my favourite races. So quite an exciting one to keep an eye out for. Now, as those crews are passing the halfway mark, we've got Loretta Normanhurst, who's in lane 2 out in front with a very marginal lead over Queenwood in lane 3. We've got less than 2 seconds between a lot of these boats, so this one's quite a tight race coming down now. I will, however, take you to the grandstand for the presentation of race 6, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. So quite an exciting race that one was. And with a time of 7 minutes and 53 seconds and a 9-second margin over their second place in that race, representing PLC Sydney. Congratulations to Isabel Graves, Zoe Lee, Ava Lane, Lara Rathjen, Sophie Moore, Zoe Leisha, Katarina Vlandis, Scarlett Askew, coxed by Talia Kinley Side. Congratulations, PLC, on taking out a fantastic win. Taking you to the race that's underway. Reminder, that's a Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. It's looking like Loretto Normanhurst, who's in lane 2, is out in front. Quite some strong rowing from all these crews. It looks like Loretto Normanhurst has actually increased their lead on their peers. As you'll recall, it was quite a neck-and-neck race at the halfway point, but some really strong rowing from Loretto Normanhurst has put them out in front on this one with about a boat-length lead from their peers from Queenwood in lane 3. Loretto Normanhurst will take out the win for that race with a time, looks like 4 minutes and 6 seconds. They're followed by Queenwood and then Pimble Ladies, who will take out third place. So that was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. First place we had Loretto Normanhurst. Second place was Queenwood. Third place was Pimble Ladies. Fourth place was a photo finish, so I don't have any information on that yet, but that was between Loretto Kirribilli and PLC. And they were followed by the Roseville crew in lane 5. We do have another race coming down the course now, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. On the far side, we have Loretto Normanhurst in lane 1, in lane 2, Tara, lane 3, Queenwood, lane 4, Pimble Ladies, lane 5, PLC, lane 6, the Armadale School, lane 7, Roseville, lane 8, Loretto Kirribilli, and lane 9, closest to the grandstand, we have Sydney Girls. Now at the 500 metre mark, we have Pimble Ladies in lane 4 out in front, who are followed by Loretto Normanhurst in lane 1, very closely followed by Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8. So this one's shaping up to be quite a tight race as well. And I think that's why this is one of my favorite races of the day. Is the races tend to be quite exciting. They tend to be quite neck and neck, and the littlest changes or sort of improvements in synchronicity and power and speed can make a big difference and change the standings of the race. So quite an interesting one to keep up with. And we are making our way down to the final 250 meters of this race. I can confirm for the previous race, that was Division 1, fourth place went to Loretto Kirribilli, who beat out PLC Sydney by a time of 0.09 seconds. So a very close margin on that one. That was for fourth and fifth place. And this is looking like a tight race. We've got three crews out in front. That's looks like Loretto Normanhurst, PLC, and Loretto Kirribilli. So quite a strong race from all these rowers. From my view, it looks like PLC out in front. Sorry, Pymble Ladies, apologies. Pymble Ladies out in front in lane 4. Quite a strong finish from those rowers there. But Loretto Kirribilli very quickly catching up in this last 100 metres. So Loretto Kirribilli will take out second place. First place over to Pymble Ladies. Third place will go to the crew from Loretto Normanhurst. And it looks like we might have caught a crab in sort of this last portion of the race, which is quite a challenge for the rowers to sort of come back from and finish off the race. That is the Armadale School in lane 6. Now I'll take you to the presentation of race 7. That's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. The winners of this race, which with a time of, I believe, 4 minutes and 6 seconds, representing Loretto Normanhurst, we have Clara Bradford, Sarah Murray, Camilla Ogilvie, Annie Shepherd, and coxed by Ava Forrester. Well done. Now coming down the course now, passing the halfway point. Looks like out in front we have Loretto Normanhurst, very, very closely followed by Pymble Ladies, who are in lane 8, and Queenwood in lane 7, currently in third place. Again, another tight race, always a good one to watch. A lot can change in 500 metres, so definitely keep an eye out on this one. But out in front at the moment, we have Loretto Normanhurst, who are in lane 5. And we're coming up to the last 100 metres of this race. It's looking to me that Loretto Normanhurst still out in front and actually have increased their margin on this one. But it's still looking quite tight for second and third as well. And we've got the Queenwood crew actually really bringing up the heat in this last 100 meters. Some really strong, powerful rowing in these last bit. So it's looking quite tight. Actually, Queenwood could potentially take this one. And Queenwood, I believe... Oh, sorry, apologies. Pimble Ladies. Pimble Ladies out in front on that one. Pimble Ladies have taken first place with a margin just 0.61 seconds in front of the Loretto Normanhurst crew, have taken second place. So just to repeat, that was Pimble Ladies taking first place for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Second place went to Loretto Normanhurst. Third place to the crew in Roseville. I'll take you now to the presentation of Race 8, that's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. The winners of this race, representing Pimble Ladies, we have Lucy Woodbridge, Avika Kapoor, Sky Mitchell, Emma Lloyd, and coxed by Jessica Pickford. Well done to all the rowers. Coming down the course now is Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. We have, I believe, the Loretto Kirribilli and Roseville crews out in front at the halfway mark. We're coming up to the last 100 meters, so quite interesting to see what happens here, but very strong rowing from the two crews there. All right, the results for the Race 10 Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. So it was Roseville that took the win on that one. That was with a margin of 1.93 seconds ahead of the Loretto Kirribilli crew, who were in lane 7, then followed by the Pimble Ladies crew, who've taken out third place. And down the course now we have race 11, which is Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. On the far side in lane 1 we have Queenwood, in lane 2 Loretto Kirribilli, in lane 4 the Armidale School, in lane 5 Roseville, in lane 6 Pimble Ladies, lane 7 Queenwood, lane 8, Pimble Ladies, and lane 9, Loretto Kirribilli. And in just a moment, I'll take you to the presentation of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 3. The winners of that race with a time of 4 minutes and 7 seconds and a very close finish ahead of the crew in second place, representing Pimble Ladies. We have Isabella Meng, Diana Palahawa-Dana, Rose Bennett, Lily Oldfield, and coxed by Bronte Cardno. And we're coming up into the final stretch of the Division 5 of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. It's looking like out in front we have Roseville and Loretto Kirribilli, so that's lanes 2 and 5. Roseville's really bringing the heat on this one. They look like they're going to take out first place and really strong rowing in that last 100 meters. So first place is going to go to lane 5. That's the Roseville crew, followed by Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2. Third place is going to go to Pimble Ladies and followed by Queenwood in lane 7. Well done to all those rowers. Lining up now at the 1,000 metre mark is Heat 2 of that same race, so Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5. On the far side in lane 1, we have Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 2, Queenwood, Loretto Kirribilli again, then Queenwood in lane 4, followed by another Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 5. In lane 6, we have Roseville. In lane 7, another Loretto Kirribilli crew, and in lane 8, a Queenwood crew. So quite a Loretto Kirribilli and Queenwood heavy race, and I think that speaks to the large number of rowers that these schools have. So really fantastic to see just the size of some of these rowing clubs. I will take you now to another set of presentations. So presenting now for race 10. That's a Schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull Division 4. Congratulations to the crew from Roseville. That's Mia Darcy, Josie Harris, Harriet Godfrey, Ilaria Roberto, and coxed by Zia Chapman. Coming down the halfway point for the Heat 2 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, we've got 3 Queenwood crews out in front with really close margins between. So it's looking like the Queenwood crew in lane 8 is out in front with just a 1.3 second lead at the moment, very closely followed by the Queenwood crew in lane 4 and 2. And Loretta Kirribilli in lane 7 holding 4th at the moment. But this is another tight race, and as I mentioned, which can be quite exciting because a lot can change in terms of the standings of this one. quite a strong race from Queenwood in this one. From my view, it looks like the crew in lane 2 might now be out in front, potentially having overtaken their peers. So it's quite a big overtake, having been in third at the halfway point. Now they're taking out first place. So that's the Queenwood crew, represented by Elizabeth and Emma, Michaela and Frankie in lane 2. They're taking out first place. Then followed by the Queenwood crew in lane 8. And third will go to the Queenwood crew in lane 4. Racing now, we have race 13, which is the schoolboy Year 9 double scull. So as a reminder, Year 9 races are 1,000 metre races, so at the halfway point of the course. We are underway now. In lane 4 on the far side, we have the Armadale School, represented by Charlie Shorter and Ewan Benham. In lane 5, we have St. Augustine's, and in lane 6, from the Armadale School, Charlie Hallett and Campbell Shannon. So 3-boat race at the moment, all just down the middle of the course. And from my vision here, I can't tell you exactly who's out in front, but it's looking quite neck and neck between some of the boats here, although we might have a clear lead. Looking like St. Augustine's is doing quite well at the moment. Yeah, I can pretty confidently say St. Augustine's in lane 5 out in front, and they're followed by the 2 Armadale School boats. It's looking potentially like lane 6 in second, and lane 4 in third at the moment for this race. finishing off the schoolboy Year 9 double scull, sort of in the last final stretch of this race. And the crew in lane 5 from St. Augustine's have done a fantastic job of holding their lead on this one. They'll finish with a time of 4 minutes and 33 seconds, and they'll be followed by the Armadale School Rowers over in lane 6. And I'll take you to the presentation of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5. That was race 11. Congratulations to the crew from Roseville. That's Claire Goatley, Estella McKenzie, Sophie Belzer, Verity Spark, and coxed by Evelyn Majumder. And well done to the rowers from the Armadale School, finishing off that race quite strong. We have another schoolboy race underway. That's race 14, the schoolboy Year 9. This time we have the single scull, and this is an all Leichhardt race. So in lane 3 on the far side, we have Oscar Laniello. In lane 4, Mark Bai. In lane 5, Otis Shipley. And in lane 6, we have Julian Param. As we're passing the halfway mark of this race, we've got Mark Bai out in front with just a 1.43 second lead over Julian Param in lane 6. So quite a tight race between these two. They're then followed by Otis Shipley in lane 5. So there's still plenty of time for things to change in this race, and definitely with such a tight margin between first and second, we could see things change before the end of this race. And we're coming up to the final stretch of the schoolboy Year 9 single scull. Again, still between Mark Bai and Julian Param, but it looks like Mark has actually increased his lead on this one. Though still hard to tell from this angle, but yeah, that's some really strong rowing from the rower in lane 4. That's Mark Bai. So he looks like he'll be taking out the lead on this one with over a boat length between him and his peer in lane 6. That's Julian Param. Mark finishes with a time of 4 minutes and 8 seconds. I'll take you to presentations of race 13, Schoolboy Year 9 Double Scull. Congratulations to the rowers from St. Augustine's, Finn Folsham and Connor Buchanan. And that finishes off the Schoolboy Year 9 Single Scull. First place to Mark By, second to Julian Perham, third to Otis Shipley, and fourth to Oscar Laniello. Next we have race 15, which is the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull. In lane 4, we have from Roseville, Lucy Ryan, and in lane 5, also from Roseville, is Jess Smith. So you may recall Jess won the first race of the day, which was the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500. So this race here is double the length of that first race, so this will be quite an interesting one to watch, but Jess has already taken out a win for today, so quite interesting to see what happens in this race. And out in front we have Lucy Ryan in the lane 4. Really strong rowing from both rowers here. And as we sort of get further into the day, you'll notice it's quite hot out here in Penrith in Cirque, so the rowers will definitely be feeling the heat as the day goes on. And congratulations to Lucy Ryan, who took out the win with a time of 5 minutes and 1 second. So some fantastic rowing. And well done to Jess Smith from Roseville, finishing off the Schoolgirl para single scull. I'll now take you to the 2,000 metre mark, where we have the race 16, the schoolboy coxed quad scull. On the far side in lane 4, we have Leichhardt. In lane 5, St Augustine's, and in lane 6, the Armadale School. So the crews are lining up now, and they'll be getting underway shortly. I think we're scheduled for 9:25 for that one. And we are underway with the schoolboy coxed quad scull. It's a bit hard to tell at this early stage, but it's looking to me that St Augustine's has taken the lead at the start here. So quite strong rowing, and those beginning few strokes can make such a difference, particularly in these big races. It's looking like St Augustine's in front, followed potentially by Leichhardt and then the Armadale School. But as I mentioned, this is a 2,000 metre race, so a lot can change in that amount of time. But it always helps to have a strong finish for sure. Sorry, a strong start for sure. Strong finish is definitely the more important part, but we'll get to that later. And I can confirm, passing the 500 metre mark, we do have St. Augustine's out in front. They had about a boat length in front of Leichhardt, who were then followed by the Armadale School. But while that race is underway, I will take you to the presentation of race 12. That was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5 Heat 2. We have two representatives from the crew of Queenwood, who won with a time of 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Congratulations to Elizabeth, Emma, Michaela, Frankie, and coxed by Megan Heng. The schoolboy coxed quad scull. Looks like Leichhardt's making some really good progress in catching up to the St. Augustine's crew. A little bit sort of holding that margin with them, but St. Augustine's are really bringing up the heat as they're sort of getting to that halfway mark. We're not quite at halfway yet. We've just passed 750 metres and St. Augustine still holding out in front, followed by Leichhardt and then the Armadale School. And we're in the final 250 metres of the schoolboy coxed quad scull. Leichhardt's really bringing the heat with this one. So it's between St. Augustine's and Leichhardt. And as you recall, St. Augustine's is out in front for the duration of this race. But I'm quite impressed with the rowing from Leichhardt at the moment. Those catches quite in time. The rowers looking all in sync. And that's reflected in the reduced margin that they've able to achieve over the sort of last 1,000 metres. St. Augustine's still out in front on this one, but maybe with just about half a boat length. So some quite fantastic rowing from all the crews. But St. Augustine's will definitely take out the win on this one. And that was with a time of 6 minutes and 51 seconds. They're followed by Leichhardt, who followed 2.9 seconds behind. So quite a tight race on this one. And as we finish up that race, I'll let you know as well, race 17, which is the Schoolgirl coxed quad scull, heat 1 is underway. On the far side in lane 2, we have Queenwood. In lane 4, Sydney Girls. In lane 5, Armadale. In lane 6, PLC. And in lane 7, Roseville. At the 500 metre mark, so that's a quarter of the race in, Roseville was out in front, very closely followed by Armadale. And then Sydney Girls a couple seconds behind. So this one's quite a tight race and also an exciting one with the sort of rowers at the senior final years of their high school rowing career. And the Armadale School finishes off race 16, which was the schoolboy coxed quad scull. Well done. We're passing the halfway mark now for the Schoolgirl coxed quad scull. Roseville still out in front, about a boat length in front of the Armadale School. So they have increased that margin and really solidified their lead at this halfway point of the race. They're then followed by Sydney Girls, who are still trailing about 2 seconds behind Armadale School. So that's just about a boat length or less. So again, still quite a tight race, and we're only halfway, so a lot can change. And what you tend to find is that some crews tend to be a little bit stronger towards the end of the race, whereas there's others that start off really strong. So only time will tell on this one. We've got just 500 metres to go in this race, and Roseville still out in front and really solidified their lead. I can see some clear water between them and Armadale, who are holding second place. They're very closely followed by Sydney Girls, who are currently holding third. About a quarter of a boat length between the second and third crews in this race. So a lot can change in 500 metres, but quite confident that Roseville is holding out first in this race. And in a moment, we will take you to the presentation of the schoolboy coxed quad scull winners. But I do want to finish out this race that's sort of on the course at the moment. So we're passing the 1750 metre mark, which means just 250 metres to go. This is where all the crews really bring up the stroke rate. So their pace is going to increase. They're going to have a lot of power in their strokes as they try to get over the line on this one. So Roseville still out in front. It looks like Sydney Girls may have overtaken Armadale. Actually, some really strong rowing from Sydney Girls in sort of this last portion of the race, which can make or break. And in fact, they've caught up a lot to the Roseville crew that was holding first. Roseville will still take out first in this one over in lane 7, but quite impressive rowing from the Sydney Girls crew, significantly caught up to them. So first place will go to Roseville with a time of 7 minutes and 55 seconds. They'll be followed by Sydney Girls in lane 4 and Armidale in lane 5. And as we finish out that race, I would like to congratulate the winners of the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull from St. Augustine's. That's Henry O'Hare, Hamish Wise, Lachlan Schofield, Rory Parker, and their coxswain, Henry Goldsworthy. Congratulations. And Queenwood finishing out the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. Coming down now, we have race 18, which is heat 2 of that prior race. So again, Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. On the far side in lane 2, we have Armidale. In lane 3, Queenwood. Lane 4, Sydney Girls. Lane 5, PLC. Lane 6, we have another Armidale crew. And in lane 7, Roseville. Now, race 18, so heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull is well underway. It's looking like we have PLC in lane 5 out in front, followed by the crew in lane 4, which is Sydney Girls. I'll be able to get you some more information just a moment. Yeah, so PLC have just passed the 1500 metre mark out in front, closely followed by Sydney Girls, very closely followed by Roseville and the Armadale School. So it's quite a tight race for second and third in this race. But PLC doing a good job of holding first place at the moment. And we've got quite a few exciting races coming up after this one. We've got the Schoolgirl 8s as well. So if you're not already around the grandstand and watching the races, I'd highly encourage you to make your way over, enjoy the shade at the grandstand, and watch these exciting senior rowers race in the 8s and coxed quads. Now we've still got PLC out in front. We've got the last 100 metres. PLC out in front. Second is between Sydney Girls and Roseville. But it's looking like Roseville might potentially have it. But PLC holding their ground for first place. They'll take out first place with a time of 8 minutes and 25 seconds, followed by Roseville and then Sydney Girls crew in lane 4. And then the lovely fluoro bucket hats from Armadale in 4th. And as we finish out that race, I will let you know the Schoolgirl second 8 is well underway past the 500 metre mark. This is a tight race. The margins between all the crews at 500 metres is mostly just under 2 to 3 seconds. In some cases, less than a second. So quite an interesting one. This will be a tight race. Definitely one to watch for sure. At the halfway point, we have the Pimble Ladies crew in lane 7 out in front. They're followed by Loretto Normanhurst in lane 1. And then Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4. So just to sort of give you some perspective on where everyone is. So in lane 1 on the far side, we have Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 2, Pimble Ladies. Lane 3, Queenwood. Lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 5, we have a Loretto Normanhurst crew again. In lane 6, Tara. In lane 7, Pimble Ladies. And in lane 8, another Tara crew. So quite a full race, this one, and definitely a tight one. And as Queenwood crosses the line, that closes out race 18, which was heat 2 of the Schoolgirl coxed quad scull. We've got just 500 metres to go in the Schoolgirl second 8. Pimble Ladies still out in front, holding some pretty good distance between them and the crew in second, which is Loretto Normanhurst. Also, who are holding some good distance between them and third, which is between Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli at the moment. Quite neck and neck between those two crews. So it'll be quite interesting to see third place in this one, and whether Pimble Ladies can hold out first for the final 500 metres of this race. We are going to also present the winners of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. That was from PLC, Chloe Lau, Jessica Burrows, Willow Swift, Carla Rasica, and Isabella McFarlane. And we're in the last 100 metres, last stretch of this race. Schoolgirl, second 8. Pimble really holding their ground, but I can see that Loretto Normanhurst has brought the heat absolutely in this one and really caught up to the Pimble crew. But it looks like Pimble will still take the win on this one. Second place will go to the crew in lane 1. That's Loretto Normanhurst. And the Queenwood crew have done a fantastic job of really carving out their place in third place. And that closes out the Schoolgirl second 8. Coming down now, we have race 20, which is the Schoolgirl first 8. This is a highlight race for the regatta. For most regattas, Schoolgirl first 8 is one of the most exciting races to watch. These tend to be the best rowers at each club has to offer. So a lot of fantastic rowing to watch in this race. So on the far side in lane 3, we have Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies. In lane 5, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 6, Queenwood. And in lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli. Out in front, it looks like Pimble Ladies is holding the lead at the halfway point, very closely followed by Kinross Walleroy, who I believe sort of in the first half of the race were out in front. So a little bit of back and forth between the two crews there. Third at the moment looks like Loretto Kirribilli. So it looks like quite a tight race for first place for the Schoolgirl first 8. Certainly an exciting one to watch, and we'll have to see how this race progresses over the remaining half. We've got just 500 metres to go in this race, and Pymble Ladies has increased their lead. They've got about a 2 to 3 second lead over Kinross Walleroy, who are currently holding second, and then followed by Loretta Kirribilli and Loretto Normanhurst. So certainly still a race for first place, but it's looking like Pymble is holding it at the moment. And we're in the final stretch of the Schoolgirl first 8. Pymble doing a fantastic job, having taken out the lead for this race. They'll take out first place with a time of 6 minutes and 43 seconds. That is some fast rowing indeed. They'll be followed by Kinross Walleroy, and a bit of a race for third place, but it's looking like it's going to the crew from Loretto Kirribilli. An exciting race indeed. I'll take you to the grandstand now for the presentation of the Schoolgirl second 8. That was race 19 with a time of 7 minutes and 12 seconds, representing Pymble Ladies. Congratulations to Amber Eisenhower, Caitlin Bilney, Genevieve Bazina, Saskia Alexander, Lucy Simpson, Zara Kinnabo, Georgina Curtis, Olivia Norton, and coxed by Emily Bartrup. Congratulations to the winners of the Schoolgirl second 8. And we're now getting into our Year 10 small boat races, so our double sculls, and then we'll be getting into our single sculls. So underway now is the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull Division 2. On the far side in lane 1 we have PLC. In lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 3, Roseville. Lane 5, Queenwood. Lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 7, Sydney Girls. And in lane 8, PLC. And while we're here, we'll do the presentations for race 17. That's the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. Representing Roseville, congratulations to Piper Robertson, Annabelle Eburn, Chloe Franklin, Abigail Kelly, and coxed by Alex Davies. In a moment, we'll present the winners of race 20, the Schoolgirl First 8. But I'll let you know how the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull is going at the moment. We've passed the halfway mark with PLC in lane 1 out in front, followed by Sydney Girls, who are in lane 7, and then Roseville in lane 3. So we've still got half the race to go, still plenty of time for things to change. But at the moment, PLC holding out first place. Now drawing your attention to the grandstand, I'd like to present the winners of race 20, Schoolgirl First 8, with a fast time of 6 minutes and 43 seconds. Congratulations to the crew from Pimble Ladies, that is Harriet Murphy, Claudia Wyatt, Allegra Torbenschlag, Madison Landgrebe, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Olsen, Millie Cullinane, Leander McLaughlin, and coxed by Mia Solomons. Congratulations, Pimble. And we're into the final 250 metres of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. Out in front, we have the crew from PLC in lane 1, that's Sophie Moore and Zoe Leisha, who really increased their lead in this race. So it was a little bit tighter at the beginning of the race, but they've really rode strong and powerfully and have able to increase that lead on the rest of the rowers. So they'll likely take out first place, and it'll be interesting to see where second goes. But Sydney Girls was holding that for quite some time. So it's really up to the other boats to really bring up the heat in this last bit in order to nab that second place position. And Sophie Moore and Zoe Leisha of PLC will take out first place with a time of 8 minutes and 28 seconds. Second place will go to the Sydney Girls crew in lane 7, followed by Roseville in lane 3 and Queenwood in lane 5. Now race 22 is also underway. That's Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. A really strong start from some of the rowers there. It looks like Loretto Normanhurst had a very strong start. Loretto Normanhurst, potentially Loretta Kirribilli as well. Very strong start at that 2,000 metre point. Now these small boats are very agile, so it's quite possible for the rowers to really overtake in these races. And what you'll notice is these more experienced rowers, sort of from the year 10 and schoolgirl races, their steering is quite on point. So you tend not to find these issues of boats sort of veering out of their lanes or bumping into one another. So I guess from that perspective, slightly less exciting, but you get to see some really fantastic rowing, really powerful rowing, and exactly sort of, what we're here to see today. Now in just a moment we will present the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2. The winners of that race with a time of 8 minutes and 28 seconds, representing PLC, congratulations Sophie Moore and Zoe Leisha. Now to let you know how we're faring with race 22, the Division 1 Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. Out in front we have Loretto Normanhurst, but very, very closely followed by Sydney Girls in lane 7, and then the PLC and other Sydney Girls crews in 3rd and 4th. This is quite an interesting one. Loretto Normanhurst has been holding first since about quarter point of the race. Sydney Girls very quickly catching up. So we'll have to see what happens throughout the duration of this race, but it might be a close one for first place. And we're into the sort of final stretch of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. Sydney Girls has actually overtaken the Loretto Normanhurst crew at about the 1,500 metre mark. So they're out in front at the moment. And it looks like they'll be taking out first place. That is Harper Kepi and Iris Yang. And Harper and Iris indeed take out first place with a time of 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Second place will be going to Loretto Normanhurst over in lane 9. Followed by PLC in lane 3. And I believe that's the Loretto Kirribilli crew doing a fantastic job finishing off this race, which will wrap up our Year 10 double sculls for the day. Well done. Coming down now, we have our Year 10 single sculls. In lane 3 on the far side, Sydney Girls, Reva Dotel. In lane 4 from Queenwood, Penelope Rolls. In lane 6 from Sydney Girls, Erin Chi. And in lane 7 from Roseville, Abby Harris. Out in front at the moment, we have Penelope Rolls from Queenwood. So we're 1,500 metres into the race. We've got the last quarter to go. She'll be followed by Sydney Girls' Erin Chi, and then quite closely followed by Roseville and Sydney Girls' Reva Dotel. So second place is looking quite tight, but Penelope Rolls has got a really incredibly strong lead on this race, so she'll likely be taking out first place. I will also take you to the grandstand to congratulate the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull from Sydney Girls with a time of 8 minutes and 32 seconds is Harper Kepi and Iris Yang. And shortly crossing the finish line for race 23, and essentially a race of her own, is Queenwood's Penelope Rolls with a time of 9 minutes and 33 seconds. It's looking like the race for second place isn't quite so tight anymore. That last 500 meters seemed to really differentiate these rowers. So second place will go to Sydney Girls. In lane 6, that's Erin Chi. She'll likely take out second place in just a moment when she crosses the finish line. That's Erin Chi in second place from Sydney Girls. Third place will go to Sydney Girls' Reva Dotal, and fourth to Roseville's Abby Harris. Passing the 1500 metre mark on the course, we have Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. On the far side, in lane 3 is Sydney Girls, Melody Song. In lane 5 from Roseville, Sophie Ben. In lane 6 from Queenwood, Jasmine Ramsey. And in lane 7 from Sydney Girls, Amy McDonald. Out in front, we have Roseville's Sophie Ben. Similar to the last race, quite a strong lead. Not so tight compared to some of the other races that we've seen today, but some really fantastic rowing and definitely working very hard in this challenging weather. Roseville's Sophie Ben will take out the win for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2 with a time of 9 minutes and 6 seconds. And that finishes our Year 10 Single Scull for the Schoolgirl. We'll now move to the schoolboy Year 10 single scull, race 25, which is underway. So a few familiar names here. So from Leichhardt, it's an all Leichhardt race. In lane 4 on the far side, we have Mark Bai. In lane 5, Luca Wilson. And in lane 6, Soren Anderson. And to the grandstand, congratulations to the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 1, representing Queenwood, Penelope Rolls. And as you'll see coming down the course now, out in front with a huge lead, we've got Luca Wilson. He's followed by Soren Anderson and then Mark Bai. Luca crosses the line of the schoolboy Year 10 single scull with a time of 8 minutes and 9 seconds. And that closes out the schoolboy Year 10 single scull. Coming down the course, we have the schoolboy Year 10 double scull this time. It's race 26. Two crews in this race. We've got St. Augustine's in lane 4 on the far side and the Armadale School in lane 5. So out in front at the moment is St. Augustine's, and there's quite a few boat lengths between them and the Armadale School. So a fantastic start from Oliver Kennedy and Daniel Corrigan from St. Augustine's. And I will take you to the presentation of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2. That was race 24. Congratulations to Roseville's Sophie Ben. And as you can see, coming down the course now, for the schoolboy Year 10 double scull, taking out first place will be St. Augustine's in lane 4. That's Oliver Kennedy and Daniel Corrigan. And they'll be followed by the Armadale Schools, Clement McKemie and Joseph Gordon. St. Augustine's finishes that with a time of 7 minutes and 47 seconds. I'll take you now to race 27, which is our Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. Now we're back at the 1,000 metre mark for these races, so that's halfway down the course. So in lane 1 on the far side, we have Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 2, Sydney Girls. Lane 3, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 4, Queenwood. Lane 6, Tara. Lane 7, Roseville. And in lane 8, Pimble Ladies. Now, as those crews are lining up, I will say the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull races can be quite challenging for both rowers and coxswains alike. It's quite common for crews to catch crabs. I can recall many times where my boat veered into another crew's lane. So quite an interesting one as these rowers are at the beginning of their rowing career and still developing their own skills individually, but also learning how to row in sync with others. So quite a challenging one, and for the coxswains alike, which I guess is something I can speak a little bit more to, is a challenge to be able to steer straight on course and manage the challenges of the wind as well, sort of veering you into a direction you might not want to be heading into. But this will be quite an interesting race for sure. While that race is underway, we'll take you to the presentation of race 26, which is the schoolboy year 10 double scull. The winners of that race, representing St. Augustine's, Oliver Kennedy and Daniel Corrigan. Turning our attention back to the course, race 27, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 is underway. At the halfway point, we had Roseville out in front. They're followed then by Loretto Normanhurst, and then quite a tight race for third between Tara, Pimble, and Sydney Girls and Queenwood. So it's looking like second and third might be a tight one, but Roseville's holding a pretty good lead. It's at this point looking like maybe a boat length in front of the other crews, which is quite impressive at this point in their careers. And we're coming into the final stretch of this race. Roseville's still doing a fantastic job of holding out, but Loretto Normanhurst is really bringing the heat in this last bit. Although I think Roseville still has it. And you can really tell just from the way in which those rowers are rowing as one in sync, doing a really fantastic job. A little bit of wobbles here and there in the boat, but that's normal as sort of the stroke rate starts to increase. And Roseville does indeed take out first place with a time of 4 minutes and 1 second, which is very impressive. They'll be followed by Loretto Normanhurst, who'll take second place, and Tara will take out third. We have had a crab caught in the last stretch of the race. This is quite common. As I mentioned, as the stroke rate increases, it's very normal for a little slips to happen here and there. And the City Girls crew are doing a great job of sort of just managing this last bit and getting over the line. So well done, and a true testament to the resilience of these very young rowers. What you'll tend to notice is as rowers become more experienced, they're still still susceptible to crabs, but a little bit better at being able to sort of manage them and quickly getting out of them, or avoiding quite a sort of stagnation to the rowing. So it comes with practice and experience, but these rowers will eventually have a better skill of avoiding the crabs in the first place and knowing how to get out of them quickly. Now underway, we have race 28, which is Division 2 of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. On the far side, in lane 1, Queenwood; in lane 2, Pimble; lane 3, Tara; lane 4, Roseville; lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst; lane 7, PLC; Lane 8, Loretta Curabili, and in lane 9, Sydney Girls. And again, it looks like Roseville's got the lead on this one in lane 4. They've got about a 2 to 3 second lead over Pimble Ladies, who are currently holding second, and they're followed by Queenwood. So we're at the halfway point. Still plenty can change. But if it's anything like the last race, Roseville might hold this one again. We're coming into the final stretch, and Pimble's really brought the heat with this one, really bringing it up. It looks like Roseville's still out in front from my angle here. But certainly Pimble and Queenwood and the other crews are bringing it up and really forcing Roseville to work hard to maintain that spot. Now, Roseville indeed will take out first place for this race. And that's with a time of 4 minutes and 8 seconds. They'll be followed by the Pimble crew in lane 2. And Queenwood in lane 3 will take out third. And that closes out Division 2 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. We'll move on now to Division 3, which is race 29. In lane 1 on the far side, we have Roseville. Lane 2, Queenwood. Lane 3, Loretta Curabili. Lane 4, PLC. Lane 5, Pimble Ladies. In lane 6, Loretta Normanhurst. And in lane 8, Sydney Girls. We're passing the halfway mark now, and Roseville again out in front. They're followed closely by Loretta Curabili and then Loretta Normanhurst. And Roseville's got about a 4 to 5 second lead on this one, but as mentioned, we're halfway through. And just as expected, taking out first place for race 29 will be the crew in lane 1 from Roseville. That's with a time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds. They'll then be followed by the crew in lane 3, which is Loretto Kirribilli. And then Loretto Normanhurst will take out third place. Next up, we'll have Division 4 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. But before we get to that, we'll do the medal presentations for, I believe we're doing Division 2, which is race 28. And the winners of that race, representing Roseville, Mia Darcy, Josie Harris, Harriet Godfrey, Ilaria Roberto, and coxed by Zia Chapman. Now, Division 4 is underway. In lane 2, we have Pimble Ladies, lane 3, Queenwood, lane 4, Sydney Girls, lane 5, Roseville, lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli, and in lane 7, Loretto Normanhurst. Now, as we're passing the halfway mark, we've got Queenwood out in front, followed by Loretto Normanhurst, who are closely followed by Roseville in lane 5. We will now take you to the presentations of race 29, which was the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Again, we have another crew from Roseville, congratulations, with a time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds. The winners of that race, Claire Goatley, Estella McKenzie, Sophie Belzer, Verity Spark, and coxed by Evelyn Majumdar. Now, as you'll see, race 30, Queenwood absolutely light years ahead of the rest of the race. That's the crew in lane 3 doing a fantastic job, finishing this race strong and holding out their lead that they've maintained throughout the duration of this 1,000 metre race. Queenwood finishes with a time of 4 minutes and 53 seconds. They're followed by the Roseville crew in lane 5, and then Loretta Kirribilli in lane 6 will take out third. And Pimble Ladies finishing off the Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. We'll take you now to Division 5. This is the last Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull race, and it is a majority Queenwood race. So lanes 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 are all Queenwood crews, and in lane 5 we've got Loretta Kirribilli. And for those keeping up with this race 31, the crew in lane 2 from Queenwood is coxed by Jessica Armstrong. In lane 3, Queenwood coxed by Jessica Bailey. The Queenwood crew in lane 4 coxed by Catherine Crooks. In lane 5, we have the Loretta Kirribilli crew. In lane 6, the Queenwood crew is coxed by Aisha Cameron. And in lane 7, coxed by Emma Woods. Now with this race coming down now, it looks like the Queenwood 2 crew that's over in lane 2 is out in front, then followed by the Queenwood 1 crew in lane 7, so that's the lane closest to the grandstand. Queenwood is absolutely dominating this race. We have Queenwood 2 followed by Queenwood 1, Queenwood 3, then 4, then 5, and Loretta Kirribilli at the moment in 6th. I will quickly present the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Skull Division 4. Representing Queenwood, we have Kaylia Fallon, Poppy Pether, Jemima O'Connell, Bronte Russell, and coxed by Savvy Lowe. Now for Division 5, race 31. That is Queenwood 2 in lane 2 that's just crossed the finish line in first place with a time of 4 minutes and 49 seconds. And it looks like the Queenwood crew in lane 3 has actually overtaken some of their peers, so they'll likely be taking out second place. And they will indeed take out second place, followed by Queenwood 4 in lane 6, and Queenwood 1 in lane 7 will take out 4th. And that finishes out our Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Skull races. Coming down the course, we have race 32, which is the School Year 9 First Cox Quad Skull. On the far side, in lane 3, we have the St. Augustine's 2 crew. In lane 4, Leichhardt. In lane 5, Armadale. And in lane 6, St. Augustine's 1. Now halfway through this race, it looks like Leichhardt is out in front, followed by the 2 St. Augustine's crews, and then the Armadale crew out in lane 5. About a boat length between Leichhardt and the St. Augustine's crew in lane 6, who are closely followed by the crew in lane 3. And Leichhardt will take out first place for race 32. They finished with a time of 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Followed by St. Augustine's in lane 6. And I do believe we might be presenting race 27, which is Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Skull Division 1, if I'm not mistaken, which is the Roseville crew represented by Eloise Winkler, Imogen Howitt, Mia Williams, Charlotte McIntosh, and coxed by Amelia Firth. And we're now back to our small boats. We've got the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 1 currently underway. On the far side in lane 1, we have Loretta Kirribilli. In lane 2, Tara. Lane 3, Roseville. Lane 4, Loretta Kirribilli. Lane 5, another Tara crew. In lane 6, PLC. Lane 7, Sydney Girls. And in lane 9, Pimble Ladies. We're passing the halfway mark now, and out in front we have the Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 1. They're followed by the Pimble Ladies crew in lane 9, and then Sydney Girls currently holding a third. In the meantime, I'll take you to the grandstand where we'll present the winners of race 32, the School Year 9 First Cox Quad Skull, in just a moment. The winners of that race, with a time of 3 minutes and 41 seconds, representing Leichhardt, we have Mark Bai, Otis Shipley, Oscar Laniello, Julian Perham, and coxed by Grace Head. You know, see the Year 9 Double Skull Division 1 is coming up to the finish line, and it's between Loreto Kirribilli and Pymble Ladies, so each on opposite ends of the course at the moment. So lanes 1 and lane 9. Loreto Kirribilli held the lead at the halfway point. From this angle, I can't tell you exactly who has it, but Pymble is really bringing it up with their sort of synchronicity and their stroke rate. Some really fantastic rowing from them. It looks like they're going to be taking out first place, so they've overtaken the crew from Loreto Kirribilli. Done a fantastic job there. Pymble taking out first place with a time of 4 minutes and 34 seconds. Second place will then go to the Loreto Kirribilli crew out in lane 1. And their peers also from Loreto Kirribilli taking out third place. And that finishes out Division 1 of the Year 9 double scull. Coming down now, we have Division 2, which is race 34. In lane 1, Pymble. Lane 2, PLC. Lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 4, we have another PLC crew. Lane 6, Sydney Girls. Lane 7, Tara. Lane 8, Roseville. And in lane 9, Pymble Ladies. And while that race is underway, let's present the winners of the race that we just completed, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 1. The winners of that race, representing Pymble, congratulations to Edith Cullinane and Eloise Gavagna. And we are coming to the final stretch of race 34. It looks like we've had some boats veer off the course out of their lane, but they are slowly but surely making their way back into the right spot. Out in front, it's looking like the crew from Pimble in lane 1, and then potentially the Sydney Girls crew in lane 6. So Pimble indeed will take out first place. They'll finish with a time of 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Followed by Sydney Girls out in lane 6. Third looks like it'll go to another Pimble crew. I believe Pimble lane 9. And lane 8, who've stopped a little bit short of the finish line, will take out 4th place. All right, now it looks like we're into the Year 9 Single Scull Division 1. On the far side in lane 2, we have Tara, lane 4, Sydney Girls, lane 5, Loretta Normanhurst, lane 6, we have another Sydney Girls rower, and in lane 7, Roseville. Unfortunately, we have had a boat capsize. I think that might be the missing Loretta Kirribilli boat from earlier. But we've got the boat race officials there just to make sure everyone's safe and can get back into the boat safely and off the course.
Yes, Daisy! Yes, Hayden!
Now with the Year 9 Single Scull currently in the lead, we have the Roseville rower Alicia Jenkins out in front, followed by Loretta Normanhurst and Sydney Girls' Cindy Shee. And we are presenting now race 31, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. The winners of that race, representing Queenwood, are Jackie Ellison, Eva Gray, Charlotte Garland, Emily Vanderplug, and coxed by Jessica Armstrong. Taking you back to the course, the race at hand, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. Out in front, it's looking like we have lanes 7 and 5, which is Loretta Normanhurst and Roseville. Looks like Roseville's out in front. And yes, well out in front actually, in this sort of last stretch. We have got a little bit of veering off course, but as long as they can prevent a collision, as long as they cross the finish line, it should not matter too much. So lane 7, that's Roseville, finishing in first with a time of 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Followed by Loretto Normanhurst, who will take out second place. And Tara and Sydney Girls take out third and fourth respectively. And we have just presented race 34, which is the Year 9 double scull. Congratulations to the rowers from Pimble Ladies, Daisy Lee and Peyton Ashton. And that wraps up our Year 9 single scull Division 1 race. We are now presenting race 25, Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. Congratulations to Luca Wilson from Leichhardt. Now, boat race officials are still working to get that capsized boat back and up running. But in the meantime, lining up is race 36, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull, our last Year 9 single scull race for the day. In lane 2 on the far side, we have Roseville's Cassie Gracie. In lane 3, Sydney Girls Savini Parthaban. In lane 4 from Tara, Charlotte Winfield. In lane 5 from Queenwood, Penelope Curry. In lane 6 from Roseville, Eleanor Forster. And in lane 7 from Sydney Girls, Sin Tong Hee. We'll now present the winner of race 35, which was Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull Division 1. Congratulations to Roseville's Alicia Jenkins. And I believe we're just waiting for the course to clear before we commence with the next race. I will just let you know as well, after this race coming up, we'll have some Year 10 Cox Quad scull races, both schoolgirl and schoolboy. So that one will be quite exciting, and that will be from the 2,000 metre mark. And our Loretta Kirribilli double scull that was capsized is safe and sound, making their way off the course. So they will be returning to the pontoon shortly, albeit a little bit wetter than they probably were, but all safe and sound. And we can get underway shortly with the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. And the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 2 is underway. Bit early for me to tell from here who's out in the lead, but it's looking like potentially lanes 5 and 6, which would be Queenwood and Roseville, if I'm not mistaken. But we should get a better sense soon once they pass the halfway mark. A little bit of wobbles here and there at the beginning, which is perfectly normal at the start, particularly for the more junior rowers. And as they settle into a rhythm, you'll see less and less of that. But overall, a good start from all the rowers, and well managed of the delays to the start time. And we're passing the halfway mark for race 36. Indeed, Queenwood lane 5, Penelope Curry is out in front with about a 7-second lead ahead of Roseville's Eleanor Forster, who's in lane 6 and currently coming second, followed by another Roseville rower, Cassie Gracie, who's currently holding third. So Penelope's got quite a good lead in this race, and as mentioned, we're halfway through, so potential for some of those Roseville rowers to lessen that gap and potentially overtake, but can be quite challenging in these small boat races. And we just had some vision there of the lovely Loretta Kirribilli rowers helping their peers out and getting them back onto shore, hopefully where they can dry off, which, lucky for them, we've got a warm, very sunny day, so I'm sure they'll be dry in no time. And wrapping up our Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull race, Penelope Curry representing Queenwood taking out first place with a time of 5 minutes and 8 seconds. She'll be followed by Roseville's Eleanor Foster and Roseville's Cassie Gracie taking out third. And Sydney Girls wrapping up the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull races for the day. We're heading now to the 2,000 metre mark, where it looks like the Schoolgirl Year 10 Division 1 and 2 coxed quad scull is about to commence. So on the far side in lane 1 we have Queenwood, in lane 2 the PLC crew coxed by Talia Kinley side. In lane 3, Roseville, lane 4, Armadale, lane 5, the Sydney Girls crew coxed by N.Y. Annabelle Cock. In lane 6, the PLC crew coxed by Lola Britt. In lane 7, the Sydney Girls crew coxed by Angela Lee. And in lane 8, Loretta Kirribilli. And a great start for race 37. It's looking like the Regatta Kirribilli crews potentially out in front, or actually that might be Sydney Girls and PLC Sydney. Yeah, that's looking like Regatta Kirribilli and PLC out in front. Those are the crews on the side closest to the grandstand, but we'll have a little bit more information once they pass that first 500 metre mark. PLC in lane 2 also doing quite well and quite far out in front as well, also joining the front of the pack for this race. Yeah, so I stand corrected. So first, currently, is PLC in lane 2, so that's the side furthest from the grandstand, and Roseville in lane 3, currently in second. Then the PLC crew in lane 6 in third. So quite close between all these crews, about 3 seconds or less between each of them. So you'll see less than a boat length between all the boats. So lots can happen in this time. We still have 1,500 metres to go. And just a reminder, this is Division 1 and the Division 2 races combined into one. So in fact, if you consider these to sort of be two separate races, a Division 1 and Division 2, PLC is leading the pack in both races, which is quite impressive, and I think consistent with what we've seen today at the regatta. Now it's looking pretty neck and neck between lanes 2 and 3. So Roseville's just overtaken PLC at the 1,000 metre mark. So that's the Roseville crew in lane 3 having just overtaken PLC, who was leading for the first half of the race. They're followed by the other PLC crew that's in lane 6, so the Division 2 crew, closely followed by Regatta Kirribilli, who's in lane 8. So yeah, quite a tight race. And as I mentioned, when it's this close, it's quite easy for the boats to sort of overtake one another and to shift back and forth in their positions in this race. And still with 1,000 metres to go, again, we can see something like that happen again. Roseville have put some pretty good distance between them and the PLC crew that was previously leading the race. You can see a boat length, about a boat length between them and lane 2, PLC crew in lane 2, and a little bit of clear water there now actually. So they're really bringing up the pressure in this one and solidifying themselves as a leader of this race. And they have in fact passed the 1500 metre mark, so we've got 500 metres to go. Roseville out in front, followed by PLC in lane 2. Then it would be PLC in lane 6 and Loretta Kirribilli in lane 8. So results are looking pretty so far consistent for the Division 2 race, but yeah, Division 1, it looks like Roseville might actually have this one over PLC. And we're coming into the final stretch of this race, and it must be really satisfying for the Roseville crew to see all the other boats trailing behind them. Some of the boats who were ahead of them previously, now they can sort of all see them in their view trailing behind. So Roseville have done an incredible job of taking over in this race and solidifying themselves as the leader. We're coming up into the final stretch, so last 100 metres, this is where everyone will start really bringing it up. You want to see the most in-sync rowing and generally slightly higher stroke rates, but Roseville, as you can see, are quite comfortable in taking up the win for this one. So they'll finish in first place. Currently don't have the time for that, but they've done a fantastic job, and you can see they're very proud of each other and of themselves. Second place will go to PLC, who are out in lane 2. Third will go to the crew in lane 6, PLC, and as mentioned, that's the Division 2 crew. And a tight race between Armidale and I believe that's Sydney Girls, and it looks like Sydney Girls just had it by 0.66 of a second. So a tight race between the two, and they must be feeling quite exhausted after that, but well done to all those rowers. And coming down the course now, we have the Schoolgirl U10 Cox Quad Scull Division 4 finishing the race in first place. This is a all Loretta Curability race. I don't quite know which crew that is without the lane numbers. Potentially that is the lane 4 Loretta Curability crew, which is Loretta Curability 1, coxed by Francesca Fleming. And we might have this in perfect order, actually. We've got Loretta Curability 1 taking first place, Loretta Curability 2 in second place, Loretta Curability 3 in third place, and Loretta Curability 4 taking out fourth. So they've made my job very easy. Also coming down the course is race 39, which is the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 4, we have the Armadale School. In lane 5, St. Augustine's. And in lane 6, the Armadale School again. And I believe we've got St. Augustine's out in front, followed by the Armadale crew in lane 4, and then the Armadale crew in lane 6. And that wraps up the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. And crossing the line now for race 39, St. Augustine's with a time of 8 minutes and 4 seconds. And the Armadale crew in lane 4 crosses the line, taking out second place for race 39. As the final crew makes their way down to the finish line, race 40 is also underway, which is our Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. On the far side in lane 3, we have Sydney Girls. In lane 4, Roseville. Lane 5, Armadale. Lane 6, PLC. And in lane 7, Loretta Curability. At the 500-metre mark, we had PLC out in front, followed closely by Armadale and then Loretto Curability. Again, this is a bit of a tight race, so just a couple seconds between first and second. And as we've seen throughout the races today, a lot can change. So we'll keep an eye out for the results of that race. Taking you now to the presentation of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. This was the all Loretta Curability race that we just saw. Big congratulations to the winners: Grace Zuckerman, Molly Matic, Sienna Ballantyne, Eloise Christian, and coxed by Francesca Fleming. Now race 40, which is Division 3 of the Year 10 coxed quad scull, just past the halfway mark. So PLC are out in front. They've actually increased their lead over second place, which is now Loretto Kirribilli. So previously that was Armidale. Loretto Kirribilli has taken over from them into second place. So PLC out in front. 8-second lead over Loretto, so that's a couple boat lengths there. Third is currently Armidale, and then they're followed by Roseville in fourth, and then Sydney Girls in fifth. We still have half the race to go, but PLC is in quite a strong position at the moment. And we're into the last 500 metres of the Schoolgirl Year 10 coxed quad scull Division 3. PLC still holding the lead on this one. Loretto Kirribilli still a couple boat lengths behind. Roseville's actually taken over from Armidale there in third place now. Armidale very close behind though in fourth. And then we have another Roseville. No, we do not. We have, I believe, the Sydney Girls crew currently in fifth. Now, I might have gotten those standings wrong. So we've definitely got PLC out in front. We're in the last stretch. So PLC out in front in this race, taking out first. But I can see the Armidale crew actually is in potentially second or third place there, racing against the Loretto Kirribilli crew who are in lane 7. So it'll be a contest for second and third. But first we'll definitely be going to the PLC crew in lane 6. Some really fantastic rowing there in this sort of last final stretch. And indeed, PLC takes out the win for this race with a time of 9 minutes and 26 seconds, I believe. Second place, oh, it's looking quite tight. That was tight indeed, and that'll be a photo finish for second or third between Loretto and Armadale. So I'll report back shortly once we find out. But first to PLC, photo finish for second place between Kirribilli and Armadale. Fourth will go to the Roseville crew in lane 4. And fifth to the Sydney Girls crew in lane 3. Quite an exciting race for that second place. While we wait for those results, we do have the small boats races now. So at the moment we have race 41, which is the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1. Currently in the lead, we've got the Armadale School in lane 2. That's Layla McFarlane and Georgia Kadzau out in front, followed by the Tara crew in lane 1, and then Armadale crew in lane 4. And apologies, I might have misstated that. But so Armadale crew in lane 4 definitely out in front for the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1. Some really in-sync rowing there, actually. It's really impressive rowing from these rowers who are at the end of their high school rowing career. And exactly the kind of rowing we expect to see at this stage. So the Armadale School will take out first with a time of 8 minutes and 44 seconds. That is the boat of Isabel Coddington and Isabella Henderson. Second will then go to the crew in lane 1 from Tara. That's Gemma Waterhouse and Isabel Dulamov. And then the Sydney Girls crew in lane 8 takes out third. I can confirm for race 40, that's the previous race where we had a photo finish for second, that Loretto Kirribilli took out second place, just ahead of Armadale, I believe it was, of 0.65 seconds. We are now presenting the winners of that race, which was Schoolgirl U10 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Congratulations to PLC's Madeline Barrett, Camille Brown, Eve Boyle, Lily Sullivan, and coxed by Obi Cohen. And as we finish up that race, we'll move to race 42, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. So it looks like that might be the Sydney Girls crew out in front for race 42. So that is Mia Williams and Xenia Palmer. And potentially second would be, from here it looks like that's either Tara or Leichhardt. No, it looks like Leichhardt may have scratched the race, so that would be Tara, currently holding second from what I can see here. And finishing off our final Schoolgirl Double Scull race for the day. Taking out the first place in lane 8, representing Sydney Girls High School, Mia Williams and Xenia Palmer. And they finish with a time of 9 minutes and 1 second. They'll be followed by the rowers in lane 2 from Tara. And PLC will take out third place. As we finish up that race, coming down the course, we have race 43, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull. On the far side, we have Loretta Normanhurst in lane 1, Sydney Girls lane 2, Tara lane 3, UTS lane 4, Tara lane 5, UTS lane 6, Tara lane 7, and Loretta Normanhurst in lane 8. And for that race out in front, we have UTS's Bianca McKenzie way out in front with about a 23-second lead at the halfway mark over Sydney Girls' Bonnie Steele. So quite a strong race from Bianca McKenzie there, and it'll be quite interesting to see the second and third places for this race. I believe we will be presenting the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1 awards shortly. Bringing your attention now to the grandstand to present the winners of race 41, which was a schoolgirl double scull Division 1, with a time of 8 minutes and 44 seconds, representing Armidale, Isabel Coddington and Isabella Henderson. And we're coming up now to the home stretch of the Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 1. Still holding out front, representing UTS is Bianca McKenzie. And she will be crossing the finish line very shortly. In the meantime, I will like to congratulate the winners of the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 2, representing Sydney Girls, is Mia Williams and Xenia Palmer. And Bianca McKenzie crosses the finish line with a time of 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Second place will go to Sydney Girls' Bonnie Steele. And looks like UTS will be taking out the third spot as well. That's Matilda McConis. Followed by Loretta Normanhurst, Matilda English. And as we finish that race, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull is also making its way down the course. That's race 44. Out in front, again from UTS, we have this time Charlotte Olivier in lane 8. And following Charlotte, we have PLC's Emily Barrett and Leichhardt's Mia Simkovic in second and third respectively, but only time will tell as this race progresses. Now about to cross the finish line. Light years ahead of her peers in race 44 is UTS's Charlotte Olivier in lane 8. She finishes, looks like with a time, unofficial time of 9 minutes and 58 seconds. I will draw your attention to the grandstand where we're presenting the winner of Division 1 Schoolgirl Single Scull. Representing UTS is Bianca McKenzie. Now with this race 44, it's looking like a battle for second place between lanes 3 and 4. That's Leichhardt and PLC. Mia Simkovic and Emily Barrett battling out for second place, but it looks like PLC just has it. And in those final strokes, we can confirm second place goes to PLC's Emily Barrett and third to Leichhardt's Mia Simkovic.
Last few strokes, let's go all the way to the line.
And that finishes out our race 44 Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 2. Well done to all those rowers. We have our final Schoolgirl Single Scull race coming down, which is Division 3. That is race 45. We have had a couple scratches, so it's looking like on the far side in lane 1 we have MLC, in lane 2 Sydney Girls, lane 4 Leichhardt, lane 5 Tara, and lane 7 UTS. Crossing the 500 meter mark now. Currently in first we have MLC's Eve Parker over in lane 1 on the far side. And she's got quite a bit of distance between her and second place, which is Emily Devlin of Leichhardt, who's currently in second. And following not far behind, currently in third, is Sydney Girls' Alice Gow. We will present Division 2 of Schoolgirl Single Scull, the winner of Race 44. Another win for UTS here, and with a huge margin of 1 minute and 14 seconds, we have the winner, Charlotte Olivier. And we've hit the halfway mark for this race. So Eve Parker still holding out in front from MLC. And I believe I can only see 3 boats in this race. We might have had a couple more boats scratch or not start. But so it's looking like MLC out in front. Leichhardt in second and Sydney Girls in third at the moment. And coming to the final stretch of the Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 3, we have MLC's Eve Parker in a race of her own, light years ahead of the rest of the race, so a really fantastic, strong result from MLC. And she will cross the finish line in just under 100 meters. And a great result from MLC's Eve Parker, taking out first place with a time of 10 minutes and 48 seconds. Now these rowers are battling a pretty strong headwind at the moment, which can really fatigue them very quickly and add a lot of resistance. So these rowers are doing exceptionally well considering the circumstances and possibly how hot it is out there right now. Now it is looking a lot tighter for second and third. That is between Sydney Girls' Alice Scow and Leichhardt's Emily Devlin. Emily was holding the second place for majority of the race. It looks like she still may be. From this angle, it's a little bit hard to tell, but it is looking pretty, that is looking like second will be going to Leichhardt for this race. So looks like there's about a boat length between the two boats. And Emily finishes in second place for the Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 3. And she'll be followed by Sydney Girls' Alice Gow. Now, I will say with these races, in any race, but particularly when you have such a strong headwind, it is really important to minimize the amount of resistance that you yourself exude on the water. So those finishes and those catches become quite important to keep that technique really sharp and clean. You'll have noticed Emily's fantastic technique at her finishes where her blade sort of lifted off the water and helped sort of avoid adding any resistance, and that really makes a difference, particularly in these difficult conditions. So well done to all the rowers, and I believe we have a little short break now before we get underway with the final races of the day, which will be the schoolboy double scull and schoolboy single scull, which are due to take place at 12:45 p.m. I will now take you to the presentation of that race we just had. So race 45, the Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 3. The winner of that race, representing MLC School, Eve Parker. Congratulations again, Eve Parker of MLC. And that wraps up our schoolgirl races for the day. Now, I did mention we've got a couple schoolboy races. Potentially, we might start those a little bit earlier than expected, just given the strong wind out there. Best to sort of shuffle things around as we can just to make the most of the weather. So potentially we might get underway with the schoolboy single scull sometime soon once we get all the boats up there and ready to go. So we will in fact be starting with the schoolboy single scull rather than the schoolboy double scull, so just swapping the order of those races. So race 52 will be up next. We do have all the 3 boats at the 2,000 metre starting line, so they'll get lined up and we'll get underway shortly. And we are underway with race 42. So on the far side in lane 4 from Leichhardt, and I will say all these boats are from Leichhardt. So on the far side in lane 4, we have Massimo Fitzsimon. In lane 5, William Spurge. And in lane 6, Soren Anderson. And we've just passed the 500 metre mark. Out in front, we have the Leichhardt rower in lane 5, which is William Spuage, followed by Massimo Fitzsimmons, who's about 4 seconds behind. So they're then followed by Soren Anderson. So there's still plenty of time. We've got 1,500 metres for things to change, and potentially we might see a different leader of this race. But only time will tell. And these are quite difficult conditions, particularly in the small boats, which are very susceptible to these the sort of weather conditions and little changes. They are agile boats, but also very light and can sort of easily be swayed by the wind. So quite challenging conditions for these rowers, but they're doing very well. And our first rower has just crossed the halfway point. That's William Spuage, has crossed the 1,000 metre mark. So that mark makes halfway through this race. And Massimo Fitzsimmons in lane 4, just crossing that point now as well. So Williams definitely made some gains on the rest of the race, and a little bit more headway between him and the other boats. And while our schoolboy single scull rowers are underway, our schoolboy double scull, which was race 51, has also just commenced. So that's 2 St. Augustine's boats, one in lane 4, one in lane 6, and then we've got a Leichhardt crew in lane 5. As you'll see at the grandstand, we've had some lovely trophy presentations in the last few minutes. And if you cast your eye to the course, you can also see the schoolboy single scull is just about wrapping up with Leichhardt's William Spewage crossing the finish line with a time of 10 minutes and 9 seconds. And it's looking like Massimo Fitzsimon is holding second place at the moment. And that wraps up our schoolboy single scull races for the day. So in first place we had William Spewage, in second place Massimo Fitzsimon, and in third Soren Anderson. Now I'll take you to down the course. I believe we're at the halfway point of the schoolboy double scull. That's race 51. Currently leading the pack is St. Augustine's crew in lane 4. That's Lachlan Schofield and Rory Parker, followed by the Leichhardt crew in lane 5. And I believe we only have the 2 boats at the moment, so no St. Augustine's crew in lane 6. In the meantime, I'll take you to the presentations of the schoolboy single scull. In first place, representing Leichhardt, with a time of 10 minutes and 9 seconds, William Spewage. And with just 250 metres to go for our final race of the day, that's race 51, the schoolboy double scull. We do have St. Augustine still out in front, followed by the Leichhardt crew in lane 5. So really fantastic rowing from both crews, particularly considering the conditions don't make it particularly easy for the rowers. So well done to both crews, and yeah, seeing some strong finishes in this last stretch. that, we wrap up our final race of the day, Schoolboy Double Scull, first place to St. Augustine's with a time of 8 minutes and 34 seconds. Pretty impressive given these conditions at the moment. And I will draw your attention to the grandstand where shortly we will be presenting the medals for that race, race 51, the Schoolboy Double Scull, in just any moment now. And congratulations to the winners of race 51, the Schoolboy Double Scull, representing St. Augustine's with a time of 8 minutes and 34 seconds, Lachlan Schofield and Rory Parker. And with that, I think that marks the end of the Sydney Girls Regatta for 2025. Thank you everyone for attending and to all the volunteers who helped make this day happen. It was a fantastic regatta, and to everyone who supported and braved the elements.